happy? Hello, Lily Pals. Hi. Hello there. Hi, RNG. Oh, what was that? E. I heard a little clunk. It might have been my headphones, like, very lightly brushing up against the microphone. It's that time again. For the last time this year. It's time for me to draw a babu. One of my very special fictional babus. And this one is a little extra special because I guess the only way... Yes, a baboon. The best way I can really describe her role in things in my life, projects, arts, etc. She is what I've come to declare my most heavy air quotes successful OC. She is from my DeviantArt RPing days. And I've done a lot of shit with her. And out of all of my characters, I think she is probably the one that would probably be most likely to be remembered by others. Some of my oldest and dearest online friends, some of which who I don't have like direct contact with them consistently, but like I still follow them on like social media and stuff when I can, if and when I can find them. Also, you may hear a little bit of crunching all throughout the stream, or at least for some portions of it. Do not panic if you hear crunching, for I wield a tasty little apple, and I must crunch the apple for nourishment. Anywho, the OC I am talking about is this chick. This lady lass right here. Her name is Jordana. Jordana Arenrod. I made her all the way back in like 2012. And I made her when I was like just new into role-playing stuff, and so through her I learned a lot about like etiquette and some of the do's and don'ts with role-playing, and she has a very special little spot in my froggy heart. I have several little vignettes from RPing with her. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to divulge all of them this stream, because, well, two things. One, I might not remember them all. And two, I noticed that, you know, when I start drawing with my Toho tunes blasting, it's hard for me to really get blabbing and yapping when I gotta doot doot along with the great tunes. But I'll share what I can wherever there's interest. Also, this is not actually her original design. This is like what I have for like her present day kind of look. Her her original design is not too dissimilar, but there's like a few key differences here and there. Successful DeviantArt RP. So are we going to see a grizzled, hardened RP of back when she was young? We sent RP through IIRC channels. Those were the days. The DeviantArt RP I did was done in chat rooms, so something like that. Um, they used to, like, people used to congregate around these special, like, groups, because DeviantArt had, like, little groups or communities that you could make for a variety of purposes. Most of them were used for, like, certain types of art, or, like, yeah, different kinds of stuff, like either for art styles, the types of art content that was pleasing to certain people. Otherwise, there was like fan art groups. Sitting down on a rock one knee up as she puffs on a cigar. Kids these days. They use asterisks all the time. Back when I was around, we had to be creative. Well, no, see, we used asterisks too, specifically to communicate actions as opposed to dialogue. Because like there were two different styles of RP writing. One we called paragraph style, which is it was basically written like traditional prose that you would see like written in books. And then there was script style, where you know it's like you started with like the character's name, colon, and then described the character's actions and dialogue therein. And I usually used script style. Most people did. Anywho, I think it's about that time. We blast out the real tunes. The two hoons. Okay. So Jordana, or Jordy, as we and my friends like to nickname her. You can see from the waist down, she's got like a little wispy trail going on. That's because she's part ghost, and so like she has a ghost tail. And the fact that I made her wear shorts means like the tail gets split up and then reforms into a single tail. It's part of a way to keep her distinctive. Anyhow. Also, if I happen to complete the line art within a reasonable time for stream, I will probably also draw her OG design. I'll pull it out of the attic. Oh, right. Rainbow Frog. You shall guard the bubble of my Twitch group. You're very good at that. How do you be part ghost? Is she Danny Phantom? Uh... Guarding the Yakuza, who I don't think need guarding. Eh. The more the merrier. John walks in the bar with and orders a mug of the finest bubbles. So who do I have to pay around here to get some cheese? The reason she is part ghost is because she made something of a Faustian bargain. I don't remember the details, but it basically resulted in her giving up like aspects of her mortality, and as a result she's like half alive, half dead, part corporeal and part ethereal. Might be a little too wide of a pace. Yeah, Zanmu! Good old Faust. I once stood on a corner of my university and read out monologues from Faust. I think so far this is probably my favorite vocal range of Zanmu's theme. Oh, we got a stage theme. Nico's stage. Let's see. As far as her backstory goes, again, I don't remember quite everything that I had intended because I didn't write everything down somewhere, or like put it in my DeviantArt stash of drafts or whatever. But you know, saying she's only half ghost, you might think, well, that makes her other half human, right? No, she is not. She looks a bit human, but she's actually, you know, before she got half ghosted, she was a growing Nephilim. She was a Nephilim. And so, like, it was that her mom was human, and, you know, one of the princes of hell basically perused and got frisky on Earth at some point with Jordy's mom, and then Jordy's mom popped her out, and Jordy was a very problematic child because she hated like everybody in her little home village. Half ghost, half Jinn, a quarter Minotaur on her dad's side, and a quarter human on her mom's side, and a sixth Nephilim on her grandma's side. God, that's basically the epitome of, like, what's the trope name? I think it's like ninja pirate zombie robot. Just mix and match and chimera the fuck out of your character. Happy, make me happy. Mermaid time! I was thinking more about how North Americans always brag about their ancestry by saying, oh, I'm like an 8th Irish on my dad's side, but fantasy. I gotcha. I know there's somebody on my dad's side who is kind of like de facto put in charge of tracing back the family tree to try and like record our familial history and our background. And she's at a point, last I heard, she was at a point where there was like a divergence between two brothers in Europe, and we can't determine exactly like which of the brothers that our like that side of the family was directly descended from. So either If it was one brother, it would be English, and if it was the other, then it was Irish. And I'll be real, I'm hoping it's the Irish one. Cause like, you know, just an excuse. I need an excuse to be able to like look into like possible like Celtic stuff and like embrace it. It would be really cool if that was the case, if I could do that. But we don't know yet. Jewish, Polish, and Russia-ish on one side. Mom's side is Irish with Scottish mix. Nice. Yeah, I knew you were Jewish. I think all I know from my mom's side is German. And honestly, it doesn't go that far back. I'm pretty sure, like, my great-great-grandparents were actually German immigrants. So, yeah. Just directly German. Anyway, Jordy, because of her Nephilim tendencies, she was born with like an instinctual hatred for humans. Just a natural misanthrope. And so, like, she would constantly, like, be mean to, like, all the other kiddies her age, all the other kids. She would be terrible to her mother. Jordy was kind of a naughty little girl in her youth. Being Jewish, it becomes hard to track as they immigrated well around you know when, so the documents aren't quite so well documented. Yeah, Nephilim is an interesting demon, as they're already the children of angels and humans. Yeah, my logic was that, come to think of it, this was around the time I was still Christian, and so, like, this might have been around the time where I was just learning about, like, the Book of Enoch, and, you know, learning about the Nephilim, and, you know, my impression, of course, was that, you know, demons on Earth were just fallen angels, and so, like, clearly at the time I wasn't going for full, like, biblical authenticity. I was just doing what I thought was cool. So, like, again, I decided her dad was literally one of the princes of hell. Visago specifically. And I think I chose Visago because one of her specialty kind of magic powers is, like, being able to use different spells specifically to mess with people's heads and kind of manipulate and misdirect them in different ways. And and so she was a little bit of the sneaky, devious type. And I had to determine, like, okay, what's a demonic what's a demonic character from the, or like entity from the Bible that is specifically all about sneaky manipulation other than Satan? other than the devil. And I figured Visago was a good fit. Also, I'm not sure. I think this is supposed to be an arrangement of Yoshika's theme, but the melody is a bit vague. Well, it's nice. Second gen Nephilim, baby. Hashtag taboo RP, but a different kind of taboo. Hashtag biblical realism, as she was born as a flaming circle with like 100 eyes. Cute baby. Ayas Visago, classic demons so spooky as they were usually summoned to tell magicians of past and future events and locate lost objects. Like I said, I tried to kind of extrapolate and and try and do mostly my own thing with it. There's Yoshika's theme. I hear it now. Took him a bit. Actually, thinking back on it, I wonder if my original idea to make her part ghost was, you know, after realizing she was a Nephilim and figuring out she was, you know, half angel, half human, you know, being the tiny little misanthrope that she was, she didn't want to have any connection with humanity, and so she made a bargain in order to kind of excise that little bit of humanity out of her essence. And that's how she ended up being part ghost. I wonder. The demon of finding the keys. Honey, where is my super suit? Ask the Saga, they know where you left it. I know, aside from, you know, mind-bendy, misdirective abilities, she's also apparently capable of doing, like, more general magics, particularly to do with, like, ritual circles and, incantations. I suppose to explain a little bit of the background of this RP group that I put her in. It was basically a dark fantasy high school, basically, and like the classes were different forms of like dark arts, and it was all gothic and macabre and all that great stuff. And so like she took classes specifically with in regards to you know, ritual circles, incantations, which was one class, and then her other like main class was shadowmancy, you know, manipulating shadows and darkness and stuff. If I remember right, I think I only got her up to her junior year before I ended up pulling out of the group. I don't actually remember the reason why I decided to leave. Maybe there was some kind of drama on the side? I don't know. I don't remember. I will say, I do remember the group's founder being kind of a weird dude. He gave me weird vibes. I don't want to spill the tea too much. But yeah, let's just say, like, there were reasons why your average person might find him a bit skeevy, he was unsavory company in some ways. So you could say that she, as Visago's child, is someone who specialized in finding her lost self. I think it was more like, where Visago was, you know, good with like finding things. You know, she, in a stroke of my teenage angsty creativity, she ended up kind of having her abilities turn out to be kind of the opposite. Because, like, finding her lost self, I mean, there was some of that, mostly in the role-playing, but simply put, I wasn't that clever. Defense against the dark arts, but her main spell was rewriting the past, so her opponent would always lose her wand on the day of the duel. That would be funny. And I will say, you know, you wouldn't really be able to tell just from her childhood alone. Because, like, she was really nasty and mean as a child around, like, the other human, her human neighbors growing up. But, like, once she started going into, like, the dark arts high school, and she was around, like, other freaks and weirdos and monsters and creeps, she started to lighten up quite a bit. At the very least, she still liked to cause trouble, though. She was a little bit of a troublemaker. Cakey! Cake. Cake! Everybody loves cake. Cakes have layers. She has a little bit of a sharpened look overall. Fills me up with creative hype. Just look a little more, a smidge more menacing. Speaking of hype, I'll have to work from memory as far as, like, the other side of her face here. Let's see. It'll have to do. That's always a fun one. Hey! Undertale jump scare. Huh? Ah, Jay! Jay, my boy V! Stellar, my wife V! Thank you for the multi-months of subbies! Yay! Woohoo! Thank you! Jay for 36 months. Stellar for 44 months. Goodness grievance. Yeah. I shall summon your stream froggies. Wait. I gotta unlock the right thing. Wait. Okay, that's a bit too big. Yeah, right about that big. I shall flip. Oh yeah, RNG. You get to witness. Oh. Hang on. Oh no! Oh no, I put them together! I messed up I messed up things. Okay. Yeah! Okay. Yep, Magic Froggo. This is... Okay. I'm gonna move in front here. And then move Jay's Frog just a bit there, like. Yeah. Yeah, I completed Stellar's custom stream frog. And now RNG, you're gonna get one. You are next in line. If you have any preferences that you would like for your stream, Froggy, do let me know. And I shall include them. Rainbow colors I already have, and then probably some bunny ears, but like on a headband and a pride sticker. Figure continue the trend on one headpiece, one color, and one add-on. That sounds doable. So it shall be. I crunch my apple in confirmation. P.S. Probably should decide early on of the limits for requests, so as I said, one headpiece, one hat on, one color, just so that in the future it's not so overburdening. Yeah. That would be probably a good call. The long dude of reverence. Nice ambient mix for one of the stage themes. I changed my mind on the bang length. Just looks kind of janky. Rip 35.7 thousand bubbles. One day you shall return, but today you are 19.6. I believe. Zanmu's back. Trying to think of anything I can divulge about Jordy without divulging too much, because sooner or later, but probably sooner, as an old poll on Twitter had decided, at some point I'm just gonna make like a PowerPoint presentation or something like it, just to completely gush about my OCs proper. And I know there's quite a few things I have to say about Jordy in my time of using her. Quite a few interesting tales. Let's see. Let me think. I suppose I could probably mention, she does have a wife. Her wife is a Gorgon named Persila. They love each other very much. And at some point, after leaving, dropping out? Question mark? I guess by all rights they are high school dropouts, because they never finished up until senior year. They hardly got involved in their junior year before before both me and the person who would roleplay for Persila decided, we had enough of the group. Okay, well, I brought up her wife, Persila, her Gorgon wife, and then You know, I realize I probably can't say too much without spoiling anything I want to say for the presentation. Hey! It's one of the CD songs. Not quite. Let's see. DNB mixed. That's the genre. D&B, so drum and bass. Should probably do like the fluffy like collar here first. Nuki time! Everybody get your bellies out and start drumming. Okay. Yeah, and then she has a little... I'm not quite sure if it's like a necklace or like just like a connective band that connects like the two floofy collar ruffles. carries on. The sky into the night and everlasting moon. On the starry sky into the night and everlasting moon. Oh, it's werewolf time! I love Kagero. She's probably the prettiest werewolf I've ever known. And I want to tell her it's okay. And I hug her. I tell her it's okay if she gets hairy every now and again. puppies! The wonderfully clownish and lunatic fairy daughter. Oh, it's the other way. I see how it is. Oh, it's Sagume! A little bit of electro swing. This is one of the newer ones I added. Haven't had a chance to listen to this one very much. It's harder to hum along to. One! Kind of fortunate and unfortunate that this kind of chibi style I've been doing for the whole month is distinctly flat in the chest area. Because I know when I originally would draw Jordy, I didn't have the greatest grasp of anatomy yet, or like or like adequate proportions. So a lot of times I just defaulted into giving her quite sizable bazongas. Just because that was the best I knew. It was my default. I don't really feel like this one. Hello again, Zanmu. Three times in one stream. We're in for hell, everyone. Okay. A lot of things catching my attention at once. First is the drums. I had to turn the alarm off. And then I noticed I got a text. And then I remember I still have an apple to crunch. And that I'm streaming and drawing. Okay. I am drugged. My flavored beverage is just good old trusty coffee. Maybe it's a good thing I haven't been eating this apple too fast. It is advised that I be eating something while taking my drugs. I scarcely get the chance when it's a stream night. Crunch, munch, crunch. I'm just getting a row of bites in at the top and bottom, and then I'll be back in business. Okay. That was some good crunching. Hey! This isn't Toho. But it's close. It's Len-en. A little bit of apple skin stuck in my teeth. There we go. Okay. So then, little sleeve things, little tiny sleeves. Wait. Wait. The song As Long as a Snake. Not this song, the one, the Lennon song. This is the same vocalist behind that behind the the Undertale lyrics thing we heard earlier. Except now it's proper German. Because she's German. I don't think she wears any bracelets or anything, but I'll have to fill in all the blue splotches across her skin. She has a bunch of blue splotches across her skin, by the way. It's kind of a side effect of her being half ghost. Like anywhere that her skin is like blue like this is devoid of feeling. Like it's basically dead without being necrotic. So that's that. It's like it's kind of like ghost vitiligo. Oh, it's Tenchi. I think this is the only song. I think this is the only Tenchi arrange I have. Ethereal skin. For her ghosty tail. And then it's got a split at the middle. Ooh. Getting into some epic achy right now. I wonder what the people behind this circle are up to nowadays. Like, they made a few arranges like this, like, somewhat early on in Toho's popularity, and then they just dipped. Oh, it's my baby. My ghosty baby. My troublemaking ghost baby. And then to complete the deal, a little bit of remastered PC-98. stretch it out a little further. Like so. Yeah, that's good. a little bit of French for a change of pace. I love the instrumentation here. Okay. I think that about does it. There's honestly not much to really account for in this design. Granted, of course, there's more to do, but it can be left to when I start coloring. It's such a peculiar, like, feeling of gratification in, like, drawing a character that you used to draw, like, a lot, like, years ago, and then just moving on for quite a number of years and then just getting back to it. It's nostalgic, it's nice. But, taking a look at the time, there's probably some more we could do. Notably, as I mentioned earlier, I could probably get around to pulling up her OG design, which, like I said, is not too different from this one. You know, same jacket, same triangle band, same roughly fluffy jacket collar. She didn't necessarily wear the same pair of shorts the entirety of the time, but her OG design definitely had the shorts. So there's still that split in the tail. But before we get to that, I want to finish this apple. Meh. I wanted to look a bit cute. There we go. Actually, here. Okay. And with that, another manga finished. Issy, you might want to change your skirt a bit. What do you mean? Oh. Well, that's not a thing there. This is negative space. It's negative space. Cute apple break, but still. Listen, it'll look better when it's colored. You'll still see it, but other people probably won't. Anyway, happy break. I'll still be here so I can chat, but happy break. It's just you zoomed in earlier and I was face first, so I was like, uh-oh. It's what happens when you were born in the pun and not merely molded by it. You see puns everywhere and everything. All at once. Apple break makes me think of a jailbreak of apples from the apple grove. Maybe. They can escape from the grove right into my mouth. In the meantime, so interesting. That you might not have tried. Interesting treat you might not have tried. Apple slices dipped in honey. It's a Jewish tradition and delicious. That sounds really yummy. I've done like sliced apples and dipped them in peanut butter. Sour apples and sweet honey, so yummy. Sounds pretty good. I'm a little less partial to the green apples though. They're not quite my thing. Yeah, but green apples are the best apple. That sounds a bit like you're profiling RNG. If there was such thing as a blue apple, it would be no contest. I am profiling. Hashtag Green Army. Although now that I think of it, while I have a Jordy on the brain, if y'all my lily pals want to see a little thing before I resume streaming and whilst I am crunching my apple, I can share a little thing. I gotta find it. So these are various little Jordy chibis that I made a long time ago, back in the year 2020. And first let me bam. Is that Elsa? No, it's Jordy! It's the character I'm doing. It's my RP baby. And the various outfits that she's been put in. Blue apples do exist. Hashtag genetic engineering. Hashtag Japanese traffic lights. So I can explain each one as they come. There's OG, there's sophomore, junior year. That's her as a kid. Pajama wear, prom dress, wasteland, which that's a whole thing and a half. And then there was an alternative prom dress, and then her cosplaying one of the teachers. She went as Elsa to the prom. This was before Frozen came out. Like, it was 2012, so possibly even 2011. So you're saying Frozen stole your intellectual property? Yes. I demand compensation from the Walt Disney Corporation. Obviously, girl in blue dresses and it's the original. Didn't exist before stolen by Disney. Correct. So, the deal with the fire-looking one that is just labeled as Wasteland, that's based on a particular RP that I had with multiple of my friends at the time, and it was basically just a concept of, you know, we wanted to do a battle royale between each of our characters, so we made the excuse of, like, there's this mysterious shadowy spirit demon thing person that transports us into this vast desert wasteland. There's nothing around, and all of the characters that are brought there are brought to their full potential, like in terms of powers, abilities, etc. And so, like, you know, for Wasteland Jordy, that's kind of how she turned out in that RP by the end of it. She went a little bonkers with power at that point. But yeah, love Fire Punch manga. It's about a guy who always heals whoever gets hit by fire that doesn't go out till you die, and then the stories afterwards. Also the preceding work of Chainsaw Man author. I prefer Fire Punch. Gosh, hipsters are so jealous of me. Oh, Battle Royale, I remember Battle Royale streams. You should do new design OC Battle Royale series. Maybe I should. Maybe I will. Back at 20k, let's go! Booblies. Yeah, booblies. You got 20k booblies. Crunch. I think there's a dead ladybug on my desk. Rip. Pour one out for the ladies that are bugging dead. Two of these outfits are interesting. Like the alt prom and the teacher outfits. So the thing about the teacher outfit is that it was actually a case of doing an art trade with someone with the prompt that our characters would swap outfits. So, yeah, that outfit is basically what the teacher was wearing. And then the teacher had to wear Jordy's, I believe, sophomore clothes. Is Doctor one the teacher one? Also, cosplaying your teacher is kind of creepy. Imagine that IRL. They were... It was fictional characters. It's fine. It was all in good fun. I mean, doing that in real life is kind of off-putting. Yeah, but... Is Doctor one the teacher one? The one with the, this one. That's teacher. And then I know, so that was regular prom. This is alt prom. Alt prom was basically designed by someone else. Again, as kind of part of an art trade kind of deal. White outfit looks like a doctor outfit. Just give him a stethoscope. Yeah. Yeah, I see it. Imagine just showing up, cosplaying a person you know without their permission. I mean, sometimes, like, people out in public happen to have, like, the same choice in clothes. And they happen to match just on complete accident. Child is a very adorable outfit. Yeah. It's pretty basic as far as the designs are concerned, but... Yeah, but that's different. Imagine someone at Hogwarts going to class with a lightning bolt drawn on their head. I mean, that's not clothes, though. Are we just talking about clothes? Oh no, wait, right, it's cosplay. Hmm. I mean, I get what you're saying, and yeah, it is a bit creepy. Um, or at least it would be creepy IRL. But like, as far as like mashing two different fictional characters together, like making them do it, it's basically just playing dolls with your friends. Like mix and match up. Characters is fine, but celebrities is weird. Yeah. Like when I think about it, even cosplaying celebrities is weird. Um, I feel like that's a bit more of a gray area. Just because of like the whole deal with when it comes to celebrities, like there's the expectation of like the parasocial relations with it. It it seems like something that just kind of comes with the job. I say that as if celebritydom is actually a career. I'm pretty sure those are just called socialites, but for some reason my brain says Taylor Swift is no good, but Gura is fine. Yeah. Yeah, because Gura is a stylized avatar, and Taylor is a flesh tuber. Anyway, I thought I'd just pull up like this little showcase of all the little outfits that she's worn over the span of time that I've been playing with her. Back to our regularly scheduled Abby break. I wonder if anyone does a flesh tuber for Halloween. I wonder if somebody cosplayed Germa. And I don't mean IRL tuber, but like a lump of flesh with a sticky note tits and ooh face drawn on flesh. That sounds amazing. Tits, cause well, the big VTubers. Tits are flesh. Except Billion and Gura, proud of them for really representing the bust sizes differences community. I suppose. It's not like the people behind the avatars had any choice of like the avatars they were going to be using. In which case, you know, the designs that are like made for us from corporate commission, I always think I usually always think it's done with cynical intentions. Yeah. Ophelia did since hers is a public VR chat model. Oh yeah. I was mainly thinking of corpo-tubers. And I did, yeah. I chose my design, but I think that's kind of the standard for indie VTubers. At least for those of us with art skills to begin with. Anywho, I have finished my appy. Okay. I'm gonna move this one over to this side. Well, actually, I want just put her right there. This arrangement of Saki's theme is so bizarre. Nogura is very similar to another design from Senazawa, no reaction of course. Just some little bit of corporation, at least taking some stuff into consideration. Saki, let's get drunk! Actually, I think I might start with the eyes. In which case, I'm gonna do this little thing called drawing on a new layer. I don't know if y'all have heard of that technique. It's pretty underground. Oh, I think this is a Chimata. Our favorite rainbow goddess. What am I doing? I just said I wanted to start with the eyes first. if you start with the eyes, then the A to the Z, the A to Z's will be jealous. Nyuk, nyuk, nyuk. I might shorten it up a little tad. A little tadpole. Fun Master General reporting for duty as always. I know this is Ryko, and Ryko's theme is really awesome, but I'm not feeling this one. Yeah, Kiki! That's better. I really like this arrange. It's kind of it's that really rare and yet astonishing blend of both really pleasant and yet kind of badass. It's one of those songs where, like, you could pick it out for either in a playlist or something that you want, like, to either pump you up or to chill down with, to relax to, and it can fulfill both. I don't remember what this one is. Oh, we're back to Raiko. I'm in a better mood for this arrange, though. I'm gonna just chill here, half in consciousness. I have the worst period, been so nauseous I took a pregnancy test because I was like, what the fuck? Okay, I now enjoy the singing. Thank you, K-Roll. Enjoy your lurk. I hope you feel better. Periods. That's pretty crummy. Hi, Zuri! Thank you for the trifecta and this progress save. Couple glugs of Wawa. Sitting up and straightened. Ooh, stretchy! I have the fan and window open, laying on my bed's star-shaped position, trying to cool down the nausea. Aww. I'm enjoying closing my eyes and listening. Oh, that's good. I'm happy to oblige. Stretchy. Oh, you like this song? I since looked up which song this is arranging, because it doesn't sound much like the original. And apparently it's Show's song. Show's theme. It's showtime. If you want, I'll send you a link in Discord. If you want to listen to it in your spare time. Yes, please him? Okay. I will quickly, I'll quickly put it in one of my tabs so I don't forget. Okay. I have that there. Ready on standby. Oh, I heard a little bit of that. Enough futzing with the jawline. Hi, Remia. A little yokai of darkness. I want to give her like a sly, like mischievous little grin. Stand by for music. Right, I was gonna move this one way over here. Give a little bit of room for this one. Hang on, I need to pull up a reference. Should I pull up, ooh, it's Lennon again. Should I pull up, like, the OG, like, image of her? Like, back when I first submitted her to the RP group. Back when my only program was MS Paint. And I had to draw it by mouse. Actually, wait. It might not have been by mouse. I can't remember I can't remember if I got my tablet first. No, I did get my tablet first, and then I got... But... Nah. I'm overthinking it. Let's see it? Okay. Warning. The quality difference will be quite evident. It also doesn't help that I originally saved it as a fucking bitmap image. And so, not only is it all pixely, but it also has all the old, crusty JPEG artifacts on it, too. I look back on it and laugh. We all start somewhere. Very Miku, weird whip. That's a staff. It's like her scepter. It helped her channel her little trickery misdirecting powers. And then by the time she grew older, she didn't need it anymore. Oh wait, hang on, make sure it's on the right layer. Yeah! Turn around, I'm right behind you. You want to come up? You want to come up? Scepter of Succubus Tails. They're supposed to be like little arrows, cause like you know, like trying to find your way when you're lost, and follow where the arrows point, and her staff is like all loop-de-loo because yeah. Don't stop your mods, tick all away, baby. I can't stop your mods, tick all up. distance, so she does that thing where you spin a stick and wherever it lands, you go that way. Might as well. Non-stop, you stick color away, baby. Why did I draw this side of her face so spiky? Like this side of her hair. There's no reason to do that. Other than, you know, lack of skill. I stand you. Once upon a time. Once upon a time. Run away, baby. Turn around, baby. Run away, baby. Run away, baby. Spike's easier when not using tablet. That's a good point. Eh. 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 Okay. You know, if you kind of squint a little bit, I'm noticing that this chibi style is started to kind of transmogrify slowly into the Scott Pilgrim style. More cakey! Always welcome. Okay, I've had a little bit enough. Let's have some alien tunes. Look out into the night sky, see something mysterious and be like, whoa, what was that? And it's a girl in thigh highs. Okay. Head done. Head. Aliens Tunes Resurrection. Thigh highs save lives. I like all the little moments where in this arrange they still use Zune pits every so often. Keeping it on brand. Yay, Okina! Thank you, Zuri, for another trifecta of health. Wawa drunk. Stretch! How fitting that I'm drawing a Nephilim character and then a rockin' song about an angel starts playing. Health for the health god! Also, I forgot to save my progress the last time, so I will do that now. It's that side, right? It's obscured! Okay, but it looks like the buttons are on this side now, so okay. I will have it reflect that. Nonsensical as it is. Oh, it's Sagame again. All the dins, all the duns. I thought I was gonna go on for a little bit there. I'm starting to get there. Okay, if I draw the shorts like so, then won't run into the same problem. The same image. Also, yay, more Zanmu! Let me turn it up a bit. See, it's not October, you have to move on, you have a problem now! It's done when I say it is! I have one more OC-TOBER in me, which means it's still October, and I'll draw for OC-TOBER until I am done with it. So there. Also, hi, Pinky! October doesn't end till Christmas. Correct! I didn't hear no bell of it, Izzy. Izzy just has the fictional character of October locked away on a lily pad deep within the pond. How dare you out me like that? Here's another one. Ah. More clampies. Actually, I think this is Clown Piece and Junko's themes mashed together. It's so nice when a crazy little daughter does a musical collab with her stepmom. Hey, another Lennon. I think this is Lumen's theme. How do I want to do this? I think I might actually change this arm to a different pose. My eyes! Oh, hey! One Lennon song for another. Getting closer. We're almost done. Just gotta do the loopy arrows. Okay, so it starts out by going one way and then it loops back around like so. Not really in the mood for this one. Let's get some dragon charisma. Oh, it's Satori. Don't get Satori very often. I think that's it. I think I can be done. Yay, time skips. I will save this, and I will color in them both. When I get the chance. When I'm not quite as tired. You think it's night time? At the very least, it's time to stop drawing. I might nap a bit though. But I know, more than anything else, I want to get back to this little project I've been doing behind the scenes. You see, I have finally begun the process of digitizing all my old VHS tapes. And so now I'm just trying to work my way through the entire tape catalog that I've salvaged and trying to pick apart anything that I think is worth salvaging. Digitization! Would you all like to hear a few of the things that I found on these old tapes of mine? Just real quick. Just a handful of the stuff. So far, I have done 10 tapes out of, I'm not sure how many, I haven't counted. I'll be on to tape 11, and I know for sure that tape 11 is just an entire marathon of Rugrats episodes. It's not actually a tape that I recorded myself. I think it was recorded by one of my parents when I was little. It was either for me or my older brother. Or both. Both of us. Otherwise, tape 1 is all about Godzilla. Specifically, there's a Godzilla movie on it that was recorded from the Sci-Fi Channel on Memorial Day weekend of 2006. So I was nearly 11 years old when my grandparents did that for me. Tape 2 is a pretty decent assortment of various Nickelodeon cartoons from the mid-thousands. Tape 3 I haven't actually finished fully digitizing because it has 3 movies on it. Yours, Mine, and Ours, and then The Goonies. then I think the third movie is RV, which that might just be a movie with Robin Williams in it. Tape 4 is a bunch of old home movies, and it goes all the way back to August 19th of 1995, so I was just about a month and a half old. And then afterwards, kind of out of nowhere, is an old recording of the 1994 Billboard Music Awards, which I recently learned is actually up on YouTube in full, with the commercials and everything. So this one is not in dire need of being, you know, archived or anything, but, you know, it's always nice to be able to add to the pile, regardless of the qualities. Tape 5 is kind of all over the place. It started with a Goofy movie, but with like the first 15 or 20 minutes just missing, just because that's not where the recording started. Gameplay of Jak and Daxter. Old gameplay of some NASCAR game that I'm pretty sure my dad actually recorded onto. And then a couple episodes of Teen Titans. And then I think yeah, that's about all I'll divulge for now, but it's definitely it is definitely a collection. And I have even more tapes in one of my moving boxes. So I got like 3 little stacks of tapes right next to me, and there's more where that came from. And another fun part is that just because of my erratic disregard for the labeling of certain tapes when I was younger, sometimes you know, the tapes will be labeled as one thing, and then you know, there might be snippets of that thing, but otherwise my younger self just thought, hey, I'm gonna use this tape to record this other thing that I want to put on a tape. So it's like I false advertised to my future self, which is now my present self. But it's been really fun and interesting. I'm not keeping like the entirety of some of these tapes, because some of them is just like recorded gameplay footage, and like there's nothing too spectacular about it. So, you know, to me it's virtually no different than just looking up a long play of the same game on YouTube. So it's like, unless there's something noteworthy that goes on in the gameplay, I don't see a whole lot of immediate reason to keep it. But, you know. Anywho, yeah, I'm getting a bit tired. Yeah. like I should wrap up now. 4 hours and a quarter. That's not too bad. Games are the best archived media. Sure, at least the games themselves. But like gameplay footage? There's a little less... There's a fair deal less demand for that. Especially in regards to like fairly well-known games. Okay. Well, the plan is to stream next Monday like usual. I don't know what I'm gonna get up to, but I hope you and my lily pals will be able to join me for more froggy time with whatever I get up to. Yep. Yeppy. I'm going to conjure the raid messages. And so, we must find someone to raid. And I'll also get that one song. I'll DM the YouTube link to it for you, RNG. Right after the raid, once we cover our bases, cover our faces, cover our places. There's a lot of Monster Hunter Wilds going on. And I don't want to spoil myself. Oh no. It is no goodie. Actually, I'm not even sure if like the newly released beta is actually free to play. If it is, then yeah, of course I'll grab it, but otherwise, if I gotta pay, I'll wait for the full release. I will remain patient. Who do we want to go bother? How about we go bother Mrs. Mothmom, playing some FF14. It sounds good to me. It's been a while since I raided her. Mrs. Mothmom. All the bothering. Bother. Yeah, I will be up to something for sure next Monday. You can count on that. And if it's not Monday, it could be next Thursday. And if it's not next Thursday, it could be next Friday. And if it's not next Friday, it could be the Monday after. Or it could be, I don't know, any time that is good for my sensibilities. Well, thanks for hanging out with my self-indulgence through the whole month of OC-TOBER, Lily Pals. I'm glad that people had an interest in my self-indulgence. I will see you all next time, Lily Pals. Have a great time zone. I love you. Take care of yourselves. Oh, yeah, swimming.